forget it. Leave the past behind. Free my mind. Free my mind. Yeah. Free my mind. My mind. Through this quantum disguise, I realize my particles collide. Superposition in space-time. In space-time. Space-time, yeah. Space-time. Space-time, yeah. Space-time, look at me, flying through the cosmic sea. Star-spangled odyssey, a pulse of magnetic energy. Space-time, need the breeze. Where's my God? Get off my knees. Past, present, future scene. It's one event entirely. Buckingham searched his entire life for the wicked man inside. Carrying along his weary view of sky, of the land. He turned the soil into sand, of the land. From green to orange, black and tan. Amen. 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 mass of ocean lays the ruin. Buckingham was a spiteful man towards the world. He turned the soil into sand of the land, from green to orange, black and tan. Amen, amen, amen. Hey you, walking over there like you just don't care about a thing. You turn around and come on back to town. We're waiting for you to apologize for the things you didn't do. Somebody's gotta take the blame. Scapegoat train. Can you feel the pain? Can you feel the way? Can you feel the way I do sometimes when you're outcasted from society? I'm in the basement now. I'm in the basement now. It's inside my mind. I'm doing heavy time. I don't want to rhyme, but I can't help myself. I need someone else to help me with this song. No, I can do it all by myself. Buckingham searched his entire life for the wicked man inside. Carrying along his weary of the land.
This is a video I made.
He turned the soil into sand
while I'm getting ready for this next
of the land,
session.
from green to orange, black and tan. Desert like the surface of the moon. Under the mass of ocean lays the ruin. Buckingham was a spiteful man towards the world. He turned the soil into sand of the land,
Welcome, welcome into Soundbite Stream. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Oh, man, we did it. We did it. We did it. We changed from loopback to, so we used to use this. Welcome in, Casey. Welcome in, Cayenne. Yo, Cyanide, how you doing, buddy? First in stream. Yut. You know, it's funny. You know who says yut? Like, you know how back in the, like, dude, so I was watching The Floor is Lava. I don't know if you guys watched that game show. It's kind of like Double Dare from my childhood. I think Double Dare was way better, to be honest. I mean, The Floor is Lava was cool, but Double Dare was way more fun, I feel. I mean, The Floor is Lava, it's like this little room, right? It's like this box that everybody has to fucking traverse inside this little box with slime, sludge, whatever the fuck it is on the floor. It's pretty cool. Like, my kids love it. But there was, like, the other day, these Marine officers were on there, and they showed their cards too fast. First of all, they were like, "Oorah!" And I was like, oh my fucking god, what Marine says oorah? You know who said oorah? Jamie Foxx in Jarhead, which every Marine will tell you right now, especially if you're a Marine grunt like me, okay? Now, there's different kinds of Marines. You know, there's Marines that are aviation, there's, you know, mechanics, there's admin, and then there's your backbone of the Marine Corps. That's the fucking grunts, the infantry. That's what I was, okay? Infantry, okay? Ground pounder, okay? So we don't say oorah. We don't say oorah at all. That's what, like, Jamie Foxx fucking did in Jarhead. He's like, oorah! Like, bitch, you don't fucking say that shit if you're a grunt. You twice don't say that shit if you're a sniper. Snipers don't say oorah. Snipers say yut. Y-U-T. We go yut, okay? In the infantry, we go yut or gar. Pirate stuff, okay? We don't say oorah. That's just some bullshit. You know what? There was a guy named Sergeant Major Vines, okay? This guy was a fucking dickhead, okay? There's stories written about this motherfucker, okay? He was so mean that he would fucking go, while you're on liberty, okay? You come back, you know, let's say you came back from, you know, from liberty, or you're in your civilian attire, you know, you park your car back on base, you know, you're back in, you're going to go back to the barracks, go to sleep. And then all of a sudden, some fucking guy just pops out of a fucking tree, okay? Behind a tree. Like, he has nothing better to fucking do but to pop out from behind trees in the middle of the night to life you for fucking walking past a cigarette butt that you had not smoked. Some irresponsible asshole, which most people who smoke cigarettes are, fucking threw their cigarette butts onto the fucking onto the parking lot, right? So if you walk past that shit and he sees you, good luck going to bed that night, because you won't. You'll be up until the fucking wee hours of the morning picking up cigarette butts all night long. That's how this guy was. Not only this, but you would say, like, if you would say oorah to him, because we're going back to the oorah thing, he would come up to you and he would say, oorah, Sergeant Major? Oorah, Sergeant Major? Did you know oorah is the Turkish word for kill? So you want to kill me? You want to kill Sergeant? You're saying kill Sergeant Major? That's what you're saying? And he just flipped oorah on its fucking taint. And no longer was that word applicable, especially in the grunt units. No grunts say oorah, okay? It is a marketing ploy just to get you to think, but trust me, no grunts. They say yut. Yut, especially the fucking boat, like the boat. So in the infantry, in the Marine Corps infantry, there's a helo company. That's the guys who jump out of the helicopters. All of us have to learn how to do that. There's your boat company. Okay, those are the guys who are on the Zodiacs, okay? Then there's which company, what I was in, the Amtrak company. And that's the fucking, pretty much the ones everybody became an Amtrak company when we went to Iraq because, first of all, we were armored vehicles all the way up in 2,000 miles inland, which they shouldn't have fucking actually traveled that far inland. They were not meant to do this, but we pushed those fucking tracks as hard as we could. And the people who were trackers, infantry people who were in the Amtrak company, well, those are the things that the back lowers down. It goes from the Navy vessel all the way to the shore, and then the back, not the back, but the back comes down, and then you dismount. You dismount, right? Like from, you guys have to like dismount in a certain way, so obviously there's different ways of, dismounting the Amtraks. So anyways, there's the track company, there's a weapons company. Okay, so the weapons company are the guys, there's a weapons company that they have the heavy, like M249, not the M249, I'm sorry, why am I blanking? They have like the Mark 19 grenade launchers, they have the small, they have the heavy, not heavy, mortars, so there's the 81 millimeter mortar, which belongs in weapons company. And then there's the 51 millimeter mortar. Am I forgetting the actual size? There's the smaller mortars, and they are inserted into the platoons. So they're inserted each, because every single platoon has its own weapons platoon as well. So there's about 4 platoons, I think, 3 or 4 platoons. Yeah, first platoon, second platoon, third platoon, weapons platoon, and then weapons company. But yeah, so in the Marine Corps, none of us would say "oorah" like Jamie Foxx did in Jarhead. And it really upset us who are Marines because we're like, dude, this guy did not research his character at all. And around that time, after we got out of the Marine Corps, is when we started, literally, I got my SAG card because we were the people that were training actors after we got out how to actually conduct themselves. And so we earned SAG vouchers for that because we were technically special ability extras, as they call us. So yeah, I was a fucking extra, you know what I'm saying? What's going on, MC Lonely? Yo, just talking about the Marine Corps here. How like Jamie Foxx said "oorah" in the movie Jarhead, and how no Marines ever say they never say "oorah" unless you're like fucking just fresh out of boot camp. But once you get into your infantry unit, and this is like the infantry guys, most of the infantry guys do not say "oorah." We say "yut." We say "I." We say "gar." We act like pirates, okay? All right. Enough of that. I'm on a rant. Okay. Hey, guys, tell me if my lav mic kind of takes a shits the bed type of thing, because every time I play drums, I'm like sitting on it and somehow it bends the cable. And then this is the thing. I'm going to get like a wireless lav, I think, eventually. There's like a few hundred. I think I'm going to get one. Shure makes one now. It was specifically geared for live streaming and IRL. So I'm going to get, there's 2 things I want to get for IRL. One is another lav like that doesn't have a wire connected that I have to run from my neck, you know, and then it's just one little unit, which is really cool. I want to check it out. Shure makes it, so I'm sure it's pretty good. I'm sure it's pretty good. And then I'm not gonna retire these, but they have some uses, especially for stage stuff. Like it has a stage adapter, which is cool. But these are also these are UHF signals, but there's better. Like Sennheiser makes a better UHF, I think, because I used to use these when I would do like sound work for like documentaries, stuff like that, commercials and stuff like that, where I was holding the boom microphone up. And I back in the days, there was actual sound mixer that used to connect with the boom operator. And nowadays, the boom operator is the sound mixer because of why? Because fucking capitalism. That's why. They wanted to make it more like less people to pay and double the workload for the people as well. So like the sound person used to be just one person at a mixing console, and they would direct. They have a team, right? It would be the cable guy. Well, now it's the cable person, but back in the days it was cable guy. Okay, so it was the cable person or the cable. So the sound mixer had a team. It was the boom operator. Well, the sound mixer was in charge, then the boom operator, and then the cable person, right? And the cable person was in charge for running cables, rolling them up. It was an intense job, especially the cable person, because they were constantly on the move. You had to constantly like wrap up cables and then go to the next, location, whatever. And so now it's been consolidated into one person. So there's likely no cable person and there's likely no boom operator. It's likely the sound mixer who's carrying the boom and connecting the cables. And a lot of things now are wireless, but that sometimes doesn't really work well in an environment where there's a lot of radio frequencies running around. So there's still wires. I'm just a little amped right now, so I'm on my second cup of coffee. We're gonna be recording fucking drums today again, but first, before, yeah, I know, right? I know. We're gonna be recording drums today. But first, before we record those goddamn drums, okay? Before we put the drums into effect, we're gonna record another take of vocals, because I was like listening to this song that I wrote, and this is one of my most difficult ones in a while. Okay, first of all, I don't even know what the drums are gonna sound like, and the last stream we did, I listened to my VOD, I was like, oh my god, that was so fucking awful. Like just the sound and everything. Like when I played everything back and did my own like little rough mix of everything, it was fine. But I was like, man, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry to put you through that, But look, I switched. I did the switcheroo. I got rid of loopback, so I'm no longer using loopback for the time being. I've got it turned off. I still got it open just in case of something happens or whatever. But it has really simplified my setup. It really has. Like OBS, it's not the loopback, the new software that I have here, which it hopefully is better. It really does look better, and it does feel better, and it does simplify things a lot more than loopback ever really. I mean, look at this. Like with loopback, in order for me to hear certain things, I had to put like a Google Chrome, like a module. I had all these sources of different, me looking at this. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Jess? Yeah, so we're just talking about, like, I switched over from loopback to, we were having audio issues, not only now, but this is common among streamers who are recording. I'm doing really good. It's a nice middle of the week already. I feel good. I broke my promise. I drank. I was supposed to not drink this week. I'm trying to like cut it down, but I have a little bit of a substance abuse problem right now, particularly with alcohol. So I've been abusing the hell out of alcohol lately, to where it's just like, okay, if I were to just stop, I would lose 40 pounds immediately, because I'm not eating anything else. I'm not like eating junk food, and if I do, it's those snaps. They're like they're like 1 point on Weight Watchers or whatever, and you can have like a shit ton of them, and they're so good, and they taste like the tomato basil ones are amazing. And the cool thing is my son doesn't like them, so that means more for me. My daughter likes them, so she's like, she's like, yeah. So everybody who like records that I know of on Twitch and using OBS experiences this issue when they're doing like recording and playback. Yeah, we always win when the kiddos won't eat them. More for us, right? Like avocados, like every once in a while my son will be like, give me an avocado, I want one. And my daughter, if my son wants one, she'll go, I want an avocado too. So I got to give her an avocado, which, hey, if the kids are eating avocados, I'm good. I've got avocado trees, which are starting to grow fruit. We've grew them kind of from scratch, actually. We, like just from, a branch that was grafted off or whatever. We took that and put it in some dirt, and then we did another one from the actual seed. It was just the seed actually started growing really quickly, and it started sprouting leaves and stuff. And once it started, we let it sit in the water. You know how you do, for long enough to where the leaves started growing up to where I was like, wow, we can put this in soil. I watched this like masterclass with a guy named Ron. He's like the gangster gardener out of LA. He really popularized like urban gardening in LA. So a lot of the sidewalks, you'll see a lot of community gardens and stuff on sidewalks as well. That was kind of his idea. Ron something, I forgot his last name. But so anyway, so from there we switched to this thing called Omnibus. This is the new software that I was installing yesterday. And it's so I'm not using it's way simpler. I mean, look at this. This is way simpler, and I'm able to consolidate all of my sounds into really simple format, and it's just even OBS, it's like easier to look at things in my audio mixing module. So I'm excited about it. But right now we're just going to get vocals down over on the vocal microphone right over that microphone right there. Actually, that one, that's the AEA A440. We're not going to be using that one. Okay, we're actually going to be using this one. Why aren't you working? There you are. The U87. You see that in the kind of top left corner. Well, not so much corner, kind of a mid screen. That's the U87. I wish I had green thumb. I have a death thumb. She has the thumb of death. I can't keep anything green alive. I feel you. This looks like a foreign language to me, but I'm glad that it's better for you. I'm really hoping today it wasn't like happening all the time. It was really essentially, come on, there I am. It was really like, I don't know what it was. I can't put my finger on it, but it happens like 30 minutes into a recording, essentially. And the one difference between this and loopback is with the Omnibus, like I literally can set the sample rate in Omnibus to match the sample rate from the DAW. I'm at 96K, and that's what I record at. Whereas with loopback, you didn't have that option at all. You couldn't set any sample rate. So also look at the amount of, look at this. This is like craziness. Just looking at that, it's kind of a trip, to be honest. As opposed to this, really simple, boom, so I'm not so much worried now. I'm really like hopeful right now that this is going to simplify things. And so maybe this is going to work in the DAW, This looks like a foreign language to me, but I'm glad it's better for you. Also for green thumbs, for green thumbs, I didn't have my mom had a green thumb. She would pick things, so I kind of learned from her. Like I pick like things off of a plant like basil, because you have to like cut the tops off the basil to allow them to grow out a little more, And so what I would do in that situation is I would take the top that I cut off, kind of like growing weed too, it's called topping or even super cropping, where you kind of bend the stem slightly to where you kind of hear it crack, but it's still intact. And that creates like a knot or like kind of a little knot in the stem, and that knot actually gets like strengthened over time, and then it allows more nutrients to actually flow through because you kind of expanded it a little bit, so you created more room for the plant to push through. It's a really trippy concept, but I do that with basil all the time. Is you cut the tops off with your fingers, snip them off, and then you put that, make sure it's a long enough stem, put that in water, cut that little stem at a 45-degree angle right below whatever other knot is growing. Like there might be some leaves growing out of somewhere near the stem. You pull those leaves out, and those become your root the places where the roots kind of start to grow out of. Not really, usually the bottom. Sometimes it grows out of the bottom. It's weird. But most of the time you just stick it in water, put it in your bay window. I usually have it in the window. It's usually filtered light. Leave it in there for a week. It'll start going. Same with like rosemary. Rosemary, you throw that thing in the water, leave it in there for 3 months. If it's a really hard woody stick, if it's like a softer rosemary, like the stick hasn't like matured yet, or the rosemary hasn't matured yet, then that'll grow roots faster. But yeah, rosemary takes took me months. Same with avocados, you know. And I buy all this basil and all the time. I don't even buy it at Home Depot. I just go to Sprouts, the farmers, you know, the market, and just buy it there. Like literally, you can sprout a plant from the packaged thyme that you buy, or even the packaged basil that you buy. You don't need like soil or anything. It's pretty cheap way to buy stuff. And even mint, like mint, that stuff grows like crazy. My mom is a green thumb too. I think it's more my ADHD, my forgetting things, and I'm just happy that I remember to feed my dog. No, I want to try again. Yeah, it's worth it. It's like it's fun. And one of these days I'll take you out to the backyard and we'll say hi to the chickens. I got chickens. You know, typical suburbs in California. Everybody's got fucking chickens. I mean, not chickens that are fucking, chickens that are, well, they're not, because they're, well, there's no roosters in there. But some claim to be. When there's no rooster in there, some like take the role. Like some of the hens, they'll switch over to rooster mode. That's Sarah, and she is a motherfucker. I swear, Sarah is I hate her sometimes, really do. She's so mean. The rest of the chickens are fine. Sarah's like, she's a pecker. Yeah, she flew over. Like sometimes we let them out in the yard to like, you know, eat bugs or weeds or whatever, and they do a pretty good job of it. Especially when I had like 13. Now I only have 4. Oops. And so Sarah, chickens can fucking fly for a little bit. Because they can jump and fly over my wall, which is really high, into the neighbor's yard, who this guy is. He's like this hardcore Christian dude that's really mean. Like, really mean. He was like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your chickens. And I was like, bro, what? We're neighbors. Let's be civil about this. And I swear to God, I was like in his backyard trying to retrieve Sarah. Sarah did not let me grab her, and I was like, I just felt like an idiot. I felt like they were filming me in their house, like, because he's like, come and get the chicken. And I was like, I didn't want to go in his backyard until he gave me permission. I was like, well, let me go get the chicken so you don't have to, and don't, if you touch my chicken, we're going to have problems. So I told him we're going to have problems already. He didn't mess with me. He might have saw my Marine Corps tattoos and said, oh, fuck, I ain't fucking with this guy. I don't know. But he's such a dick. Still to this day, such a dick. And he threatened to, you know, so that's why now I'm like, I got to keep Sarah in, you know, this guy. It's funny because he'll have parties that are loud and obnoxious, but the minute I start sawing after 8 p.m., like on the, like a skill saw or whatever, he'll start yelling, what are you doing? I'm like, bro, I didn't call the police on you. He leaves notes on my door. I hear your dogs barking. Shut them up. Maybe he's off the oxy now. I think he was doing a little too much oxy. Calm down, dude. Right? Don't choke my chicken, you bastard. Yeah, I've had some pretty shitty neighbors. This is the guy who lives behind me though, and so he doesn't bother me anymore. I think after that whole chicken incident, and I wasn't the neighbor he was initially pissed off at. He was initially pissed off at the neighbors who used to live next door to me, because they wouldn't, you know, they would cut trees down and without his permission and stuff like that. And so they got into a little dispute. I think he might have considered me that person after he saw me, and I was like really nice. I'm like that guy who won't fight until I'm literally pushed into a corner, and then it's on like Donkey Kong. Oh, what are we talking about? Chickens. Just chickens. That's all. Just a bunch of chickens. That's all.
Just chickens. You know, chickens. They're amazing. They taste amazing. They lay eggs every day. They're on their period every day. Did you guys know that? Chickens are on their periods every day. It's not a once a month thing, it's every day. So that's why they're like, ah, always pissed off. Because they're going from shit. Every single day. Right? Yeah, no. For humans being their parents every day. I think that's what it is. So chickens like are on their periods like every day because they like release an egg, which is what that is. So every single day. I don't know. Is it called painful? I don't know. If you have a problem with chicken, just go outside and fry them all. No more chickens because you're eating it. Bad boys. I love my chickens though. You know, they lay eggs. Have you ever seen The Walking Dead? When that douchebag wanted to eat the chickens and like Rick is like, can't eat the chicken. You know, he's like, you can't eat the chicken.
Sorry, was I still in? I was still in that mode. Whoopsie. Let's move me over here. Hey, there I am. And there I am there. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, we don't really kill the chickens I mean, I would like after they had a good life, cook them and make them a stew. But my mother-in-law she'll get mad at me, and I'm kind of afraid of her a little bit. It's Wednesday. That's right. Thank you for letting me know. Stanko the calendar, the timekeeper. All right, so enough of me. Let's talk about you. So I was recording drums to this song, and I was like, by the way, this was all a test yesterday on Monday to get tones and stuff like that, and I'm not happy with the drums at all. So this is what we end up recording. Very, very terrible. I gotta go mow the lawn, but have a great rest of your stream. You too. Go mow the. Oh man, yeah. I got gardeners or landscape artists now. They took that task away because I was doing it before, and I was like, man, we need some. But now we're looking for house cleaners. We are literally. I was against it at first. I was like, I can clean my own fucking house, and now I'm like, let's hire somebody to clean the fucking house, please. Help me. I need help. You know, I gave in. My wife was the one who was like, let's just get somebody to do it. You know, like you're busy, I'm busy. You know, let's just pay somebody to do this. And I at first was like hesitant, like I don't know if I want to pay somebody to do this. And now I'm like, I want somebody to do this. I can't. You know, I can't. Got too much. Streaming has taken up a lot of time, and also dadding in general, just dadding in general. As many of you who are parents know, it is not a 9 to 5 here. It is, and it was funny. I was watching like Hassan stream the other day, and he was saying like a dad, he was saying a dad, this guy in chat was like, I'm a father and parenting is hard. And Hassan was like, well, I'm a streamer, and that's probably way harder than being a dad. And I was like, bitch, what? Bro, Hassan, you don't even have kids. How could you say that? You don't even know, bro. Parenting is the hardest thing I have ever done. And I've done Marine Corps, combat, UCLA, worked at a job that I never thought I could get, and then ended up hating it. And now doing streaming, which is actually really hard. Not gonna lie, streaming is very hard. But nothing compares to parenting, bro. Okay, Hassan, I love you, but still, come on. Right? I commented, and he didn't read my comment. I was like, but dude, parenting is hard. You don't even know. You don't even know how hard it is. It is literally the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. No cap. All right, enough of that. Here's the song. We're getting there. We're getting there. Listen.
Tonight we fly over your sky.
See how terrible I am at the drums, but I am gonna say this is one thing I do want to do. I do want to do this tom thing in the beginning.
Brother.
Sanko, that is parenting right there. Yo, if I was a parent myself, I'm not gonna give a damn shit what my kids does at all. I don't know if that's. Wait till you're a parent. That's not gonna. You're gonna give a damn. And then you're also when I've not experienced that yet. First of all, my kids are still, under. You're 7 and under, so I'm not worried about the whole porn thing. And acting like, a-holes. I mean, that's what kids do. They challenge you, and not taking my advice is probably the best thing. Really. I mean, because they're thinking for themselves. I give them advice. I give them a little bit of, this is what you do, whatever. But I'm like, this is my advice. You have to learn for yourself type shit. That's what I try to, like, use the leadership traits, like be proactive. Habit number 1, habit number 2, begin with the end in mind. Habit number 3, sharpen the saw. Habit number 4, put first things first. Habit number 5, think win-win. Habit number 6, seek first to understand, then be understood. Habit number 7, what's habit number 7? Synergize. Really cool. These habits. And yeah, you got to teaching them to be leaders early on. Hey, Casey, we are still here. Casey, still here. Yeah, but you'll find out. If you're a parent, you know how it is. And honestly, kids challenge you. That's what they do. But like, I'm not that parent that if my kid's playing in the puddle, I see parents do this, by the way. They will be like, no, don't jump in the puddle. You're going to get wet. And like Neil deGrasse Tyson actually talked about this once. And I was like, yo, there we go. He's like, bad thing, Yeah. Don't curse at each other. I really don't care if they, to be honest, I curse a lot, like in general. And I just tell them don't do it at school. But if they like say the F word or something, yo, what's up? Yeah, no is a bust. No need to make a fuss about a puddle. So, right? So, Eyes, what's up? Welcome in. Look at this. Eyes got VIP status. Eyes has been with me since pretty much since the beginning of when we started streaming together. So he's been around for almost since the beginning. So there you go. There you go. Thank you for the follow. What's up with that? Yo, Two-Tone Eric. Is that right? Two-Tone Eric. Did I right? I can't. I have to put my glasses on. I can't see a damn thing. Yo, so yeah, the kids jump in the puddles, fine. That's like experimentation. And if I tell them no, I just like literally ruined their whole experiment, and they're never going to want to jump into puddles again and experiment with their surroundings. My house, for example, is a fucking mess. One day it won't be when they are old enough to clean up. They're still cleaning up at this. They're learning, but like every single room is a playroom right now. Like the family room, toys everywhere. There's no like play game room where they can play with all their toys or all the toys. It's all over the place. Cardboard boxes, everywhere because they love them. Two-tone ink, but two-tone. All right, two-tone. I like it. It's going. We're getting into a recording session here with drums. Believe it or not, we're gonna actually record these drums here that you see. All live. It's all live. All live. And so yeah, let's get to it. So I think I did a pretty shitty job recording drums the other day, but I feel like the sound is cool. I don't know. I don't know yet. I was like thinking maybe like do some stuff with the drums, like effects, you know. I use some cool things too that I normally won't use, like this side shading tool. I mean this gate. I'm not a big gate person, but this Black Salt Audio gate is damn near the best one I've ever used. I don't think I've ever found one this awesome. Like for example, let me show you. So I won't have it activated. All right, that's just the room microphone. And then let's activate it. Mind my terrible playing.
The moment of the sunrise.
Now, as you can hear, it's getting there. It's coming around. But I before I even play these drums again, I'm going to get rid of this, and we're gonna reduce some vocals real quick, because I think it's gonna give me more of a vibe when I'm recording drums. So we got what's this? What happened here? What's this? Oh, that's maybe not. Okay, that's me just coughing along. I'm about to get some coffee and food before I go work on stuff. Nice. Are you a musician, Two-Tone Ink? I mean, I'm assuming yes, because two tones. And been a productive morning, but still haven't hit a flow yet. Yeah, I feel that. I'm kind of getting into that flow right now as we speak. Once I get over to the, I get into more of a flows during like vocal sessions and guitar. And then once I start playing drums, it takes a few to get me really dialed in. But I'm an artist, yes, but more lyrically over instrumental. Yeah, same here. I'm more of a lyricist than I am. I'm like a very amateur drummer. I want to say not even intermediate yet. I'm practicing. I'm getting better. I've released so many songs, though. If you want to hear them, they're on my Spotify. There you go. And you wouldn't know that I wasn't a drummer by listening to those songs. You're like, wow, the drums actually sound pretty fucking good. But it does take so many takes in order to do that, and that's what we do here. I try to make it less painful, y'all. I try to like not make this painful for you guys, but bruh, did bruh just not go on? Okay, bruh did go on. All right, so yeah, tell us a little bit more about what style of music you make. Lyricists, which is cool. So lyricists, you could go so many directions if you're a lyricist, so as long as you know how to sing really well, which I do. I feel like I'm not like a Justin Timberlake or any of that. I'm not one of those poppy style singers. Lyrically makes me think of Kendrick Lamar. I love Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, for me, my vocals are just, I've got a very like strong, powerful voice, and I can talk across a room, no problem. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was the like official cadence caller because I was so loud and annoying too. I can be both. Now this is the test today, guys. So I was talking to you earlier about this program as opposed to loopback, right? And I know you have like black magic and you're using something else as well. And I just thought maybe loopback might be the issue with my, drift correction problems with the one, that we've experienced when we're recording and streaming at the same time. For some reason, OBS, like the volume will either cut off at times or we'll get like some latency issues and it'll just sound real nasty, like really gross for a few seconds, and then we have to reboot the DAW, and then everything's good for another 30-40 minutes, and then we have to go through it all over again. Hopefully this program fixes all that. And this is the omnibus, and so the biggest difference, like I said earlier, was one, you can adjust the sample rate. I'm at 96K. That's what I record at. OBS does not record at play back at 96. It plays back at 48. So hopefully I don't think the sample rate will affect it too much, because if I affect it here, it'll lower down. Like, watch this. If I go to 48, listen to this. It slows everything down, which is kind of cool. You don't hear it though. So that's what happens when I put it at 48. So let's go back to 96, because I'm recording in 96 right now in my DAW. I'm sticking it at 41K my whole life. Go up to 48 at least. There is a difference, especially with it when it comes to plugins. And when you're using a lot of plugins and you're recording at 44 or 41, whatever, 44.1, you're going to introduce so many more artifacts with your plugins if you're pushing your plugins or like overloading your tracks with plugins. So 96 is pretty safe. Even 48, you'll see a lot more of the aliases come in. We got to do this test one day. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about when you load plugins, and you'll see these aliases just come out of nowhere. They're artifacts that just pop in existence that come out of nowhere. And I think it has something to do with 96 gave me like maybe your computer can't handle it. That could be the issue. But 96 is likelier to decrease the latency and make everything more spread out and a little bit more headroom. And there is the Nyquist theorem. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Nyquist theorem, but it sort of addresses the sonic characteristics, or what our ears are prone to hearing at certain sample rates. And I think 48, I think there's like, we can't really tell a difference, but if you record at 96, it's just higher resolution. Now 192 is absolutely insane, and that for me even, that's a heavy load on my computer. I can't load that many plugins, and I can't really even load that many tracks at 192 unless I install another Brooklyn card on my BURL converter. But 192 is for like if I'm recording all of my stuff at 96 and I'm recording it to like a Neve console, for example, which is my dream, okay, a Neve 5088. So I'm taking my mix out of Pro Tools or Studio One or whatever DAW you're using, and you're routing all of that into a analog console. When you route that analog console, the voltage, all the characteristics of that console, you bus everything to the mix bus, and then you send the final mix down to like my B32 summing mixer, for example. You give it a little bit of extra headroom and more beef and more, just glue. That's what the summing mixer will do. And then you record back into the DAW, and you got to have two separate computers or I can only imagine this being done with two computers. One obviously recording everything at 96K, and the other computer with the DAW recording everything back into it after it's coming out of the mixing console, going back into the DAW at 192. And that's only two channels, so that's doable, no plugins necessary. You're just, the 192 is basically a surefire way to say that we got everything resolution-wise that this board can offer us, you know? Or a tape machine for that matter. I'm 96 gig, yeah. So it gave you major latency. It's probably because your computer, you know, can't handle it. That may be the reason. Yeah. So I record at 96 all the time, especially for people who want their music to go to vinyl. 96 is this, you know, unless you're like an EDM producer and doesn't matter, you're recording at 48 and you want to put it on vinyl for, you know, for DJing purposes, that's fine. But like most of the time, especially with rock music, or something that like you're trying to maintain the sonic characteristics of the song, 96K is really good, especially when you're mastering to vinyl. And that's usually what the vinyling engineers will want. They'll be like, yo, send me a 96K mix of this type shit. So yeah, that's why I just always record at 96K. And now I haven't looked back. I do have less, like at 48, I can load more plugins, but I don't really use a lot of plugins, as you can see here. And sometimes I do, but I don't. I like don't want to get sucked into plugin. Once you get sucked, I'm really comfortable with all my older plugins, the ones I've been using since I've started. You know, I am gonna buy the Waves plugins again because I miss them. I really miss them, especially for tracking. The RX7, the isotope plugins, they're very, very intense on the CPU and on the RAM. So when tracking, if you have like an amp that's too loud, when you're recording an amp from microphones, you know, you're recording the cabinet and you can hear every single amplifier has noise inherent. It's like what gives the amp its sound, actually. That noise that it creates, the power supply, is a big influencer of the sound. And it has noise characteristics that give that sound its grittiness and that tone. But sometimes when you're tracking, it's a little annoying to constantly hear the buzzing of somebody's amplifier in your ears. So Waves has the denoise plugins, which are extremely useful when you're tracking because they do not affect your CPU and RAM as much as the RX7. Very little. Like, they're very efficient plugins. So I might get them. I might get one or two of these plugins. They're really on sale right now. You can buy like certain Waves plugins for like $39. You know, they used to be $200. Now they're like $39. So they're trying to offload these because they know all these other companies are coming around, beating them at their own game. So yeah. Anyways, let's get over to the drums. Let's get over to the drum, or not the drums. Let's go to Vox. Let's go to Vox. Let's do some. We're gonna record Vox on this beautiful, as you guys may know, we haven't done anything with this, and I'm sad that we haven't. But this is a Neumann U87. Many people love them. The Beatles, for example, the Beatles recorded on U87s quite frequently, actually. If you go look at any Beatles like recording studio sessions, you'll see they're like everybody's using U87s, which is kind of weird. I would love to get a U47, but I think I think there's another company called Avitone that makes a really cool tube microphone. I don't have a tube yet. That's kind of on my list. I'm more of a ribbon. I'm big on the ribbon microphones, but I would, you know, after seeing like a bunch of like Jack Joseph Puig, who's a go of mixing engineers, he will buy really cheap microphones at like you know, thrift stores and shit that they you know, nobody knows, and they're not like great microphones, but they, like I said, every microphone is basically like an EQ. Like, it just has its own character. Some microphones are filtered on the low end, so there's no low end, there's more high end. Could be useful for, like, you know, certain elements of vocals, maybe background vocals. Another microphone that we're going to use too on background vocals is this thing. And these are amazing. Okay, these are the Neumann, the Sennheiser 421s. And I usually use this on, well, all the industry pros use it on toms, but a lot. Nirvana used this for singing. Um, who else did just recently? Just did vocals like some R&B band. I forgot their name now, off the top of my head. But this is really good for background vocals. The only issue with these microphones is the mic, the stands, the adapters. So every single studio, you'll see these taped on. I use some electric tape. But because these things fall off so quickly, when you're like adjusting the microphone, your finger accidentally hits this little button here, which decouples it, and then it falls off. And it's just super annoying. So most studios just keep them taped on there like that. Some don't even have these stands anymore. They have to like figure out, figure a way to tape them onto something. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. That's like kind of the only thing that really annoys me about this microphone is this. I would take it off, but it's all taped on. But really good for background vocals. It's got a cool like different settings here that you can churn. This little knob here that I believe they're filters. Yeah. There's one S and then there's an M. And off the top of my head, I can't remember why. But let's get these headphones set up. So we're on the U87 today. I wanted to do vocals, the background vocals on the U87 today. I thought it might really like kind of let them pop out and give them a little bit of texture and contrast, because with this microphone, it's great for everything. Really is a good microphone all around in general, right? The thing about it is I like to sing my main vocals on the ribbons on the AEA A440. Did I forget to plug this in? Great. Oh, no, we're good. Just keep it plugged in. We're good. So like I said, this is the first generation iPad. I've had it since the beginning. This is the iPad Air. I'm sorry, iPad Mini, and it was the second iPad ever made. So the first one was the bigger one, and then this came out after that, the smaller version, and it's been working ever since. The battery's fucking awesome. This is like Steve Jobs era, okay? I think he was still alive when these were created. After he died, Apple fucking went to shit, in my opinion. Especially like if you compare the new Mac Studios with the Mac Pro Tower, not much of a difference, but twice as much. It's a complete sham, and I feel like they built that just to show that this computer is obsolete. Why do we need it? Because why do they build the Studio with the Tower? The Tower, the only big difference is it has PCIe slots and 2 fans, by which only one fan actually works. The other fan is there and then needs to be connected to some kind of motor, but it's just there to cool down whatever PCIe modules that you have in your computer. But I can just buy a PCIe box for maybe $1,000 and Focusrite RedNet for my sound card. But I'm just using a virtual sound card because if I were to spend $2,000 for the RedNet and the PCIe box, I'd be only increasing my latency by 0.3 seconds. So I was like, what? My latency is 4 millisecond round trip, which is really good. I know there's other, like I think PreSonus and some of their new technology it's a very quick turnaround. It's a low latency, very, very low latency, which is kind of cool. I think PreSonus is a great company, or at least used to be, and before private equity bought them out by way of Fender, who is owned by Servco Pacifica, which is a private equity firm, I think, out here in California, which is just, I'm just waiting because if that ever happens to where PreSonus ever falters, then to be honest, I'm probably going to switch to Reaper. Reaper's, I've been seeing like Scene of Action. If you ever watch his stream, He uses AI technology. He just talks to the computer. I want to go that route. Not extreme, not as intense as that, like where I have lights set up and all that stuff. And I mean, maybe eventually down the road. I'm learning from him as we speak. You know, he's a really great, like just learning from other people who stream and the technology that they're using. He's one of the only person I know that is doing what he's doing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now we got the 1, 2. Good. We got the iPad connected to Studio One via Wi-Fi. Let me get my telefono. Tim Cook made Apple a cooked apple. Yeah, he did. He fucked it up. Sticking out. Let me see here. Let me reveal my big project for a bit. Let me reveal my. So I've gone to 71 tracks at this point, and there are probably 5+ effect plugins on each track. And even at 41, my PC are still lagging real bad. Yeah, 71 tracks, and all the plugins. That's Tim Cook made it. Steve Jobs really put his hand on his job, like he really cared for his consumer. When the time Cook came, he just refurbished Steve Jobs' job for a bit and living with it. Yeah, I don't know how much to be honest, I don't know how much, like when I bought my Mac, the 2013, which is a really good Mac for, you know, the time, the trash can, it was, I believe it was Steve Jobs' design. But even that Mac, like, it compared to the original cheese grater, the original one was so much better in terms of connectivity, swapping things out. And then the newer one, the trash can, when that came out, there was less connections, you know, less USB connections, less Thunderbolt connections. And then after that one came out, the newest Macs, even less USB connections and Thunderbolt connections, even less. And like instead of 2 Ethernet ports, there was just one. And, you know, like, I don't know what the fuck. Why did they decide to slim down their connectivity, you know? And I think even the older Mac, I could connect many different cameras, even though it burned the GPU on that. It was cooking it really hard. That thing had some thermal regulation issues. But even though that was the case, like when the new ones came out, there was less connections, and you can only cook about 2 cameras per USB port. So that's still the thing right now. The older one was like there was no governor. I could just slam whatever port with as many cameras as I want, and everything would work. But then the computer would start running slower, and it started getting glitchy, and I wasn't running at full 1080. So maybe they wanted to, I don't know, control for that, but you can hook up as many other things you can to the box, but unfortunately not when it comes to let me get my chat set up on my phone. Not when it comes to I hate looking at my phone because it tells me my viewer count, and that just fucks me up. I can't. Don't want to look at my viewer count. It does fuck me up a lot. Okay, so let me set up a channel here. We're gonna go input this second round of Vox. We're going to go input 6. These background vocals. So with the background vocals, I'm using inputs 6 is my U87, and input 5 is my AE A440. And I just want to see, like, I'm going to sing right now. So I'm going to do some singing. Let's do some singing in the good old U87. Hello, whoa, 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 ha, ha, hoo, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, whoa, hello. What's that? What's going on? It sounds so weird. Hello, 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 hello. That sounds awful. It really sounds weird. That sounds so weird to me. What is going on that? Oh, that's why, because there's a fucking EQ on it. Let's get rid of it. Then the Vox bus, there's an EQ. Let's turn those off for now. Let's see. I think I remember the lyrics. From the moment the sun goes. Oh, you know what? I should put the lyrics on my. It's funny because I have like another computer screen. And I brought it, and I actually, instead of using it for my lyrics of my song, I ended up using it for my my chat, because I'm getting set up with Kick right now. Fuck the fuck EQ of the Willow Tree 2024. What? Aha. Let's get this vocal session really started. Can't wait to see you raging on the vocal ticks. Yeah. Let's do that. Let me just what am I doing? 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 Oh yeah. I want to show the lyrics in the chat. And let's see. Why aren't the lyrics coming up? Oh, that's why. Makes sense. All right, so there's my lyrics for the song. Tonight we fly over your skies, from the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I awake. Oops, I did it again. That was my Britney Spears records. All right, let's get over it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, a little latency, a little. Maybe I have too many plugins loaded. Let's see. I probably do. Let's turn off Portal. We don't need you right now, so let's turn you off. Just disable certain plugins we're not using. That should help. Oh, and the silencer. We don't really need that on right now either. These are all things I don't need on currently. Okay. That should fix it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're good. Okay, let's go. Okay, should I put a low cut or a high cut, whatever, high pass? Hello. From the moment the sun, let's keep that on. Let's bake it in. Let's see. From the moment, let's keep it on. I actually like it. Let's go. Let go my ego, mother. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly. Probably not gonna do this. Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves. Let's hear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly. Probably not gonna do this. Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. Sounds really neat. I have to pee. BRB. BRB, I have to pee real bad. It's like, it's just there. I'm not. All right, let's go. Let's go. We here. We are still here. Sun goes down. Yeah, you know what? It's not a sequel. Actually, it's not a sequel. It's not a sequel. It's not a sequel. Get out, get to the chopper. It's not a sequel. All right. So, not a sequel. Actually, this is a funny story about this song. So this song, its origins. Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? I wrote this song. It's funny because I wrote this song with my best friend who I'm still friends with. Yeah, usually I don't lose friends. That's not me. So we wrote this song in junior high, but not the lyrics. The lyrics are completely new, but the actual chord changes and all that stuff kind of inspired by a song we wrote in junior high. Wow, I'm getting still getting a little latency. And I want to try to figure out really quick what the hell's going on here. Okay, it's just a very slight amount. And should we do it? Should we go? Maybe it's omnibus. Never thought about that. But what we'll do is we'll just lower this to minimum. We're going to lower it to 64, 64. See what that does. My computer can handle it. That's the cool thing about this. Oh, we're good. I mean, before it was not too bad, but maybe is there a slap delay on my vocals? Let's see. All right, let's do it. Let's go. I think we're good. I like the beginning, the kind of sounds like that one song. What's that? Da 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 da. That was a good song back in the days. Okay. All right.
Luggy Aggie, welcome in, sir.
Welcome in, sir. I'm coming over there tonight. Right? Tonight's the night. I'm up in it. Are you there already? What's up? Tomorrow now. Oh, fuck. These guys. All right, well, I'm available tomorrow, too. Friday, I will, if you guys do it later, I'll be there. But I have some birthday parties I have to go to till around 6 or 7 p.m. It's like a packed day, Friday. I'm getting some fucking, this is something's going on here. I'll do the Neil deGrasse Tyson laugh. Chuck. I just took a gummy, Neil. Chuck, stop it, Chuck. Okay, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. Ooh, you know what this reminds me of? Reminds me of Alice in Chains. Yeah, we've come to snuff the rooster. Wow, yeah, you ain't gonna die. No. Fuck Facebook. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly.
What?
Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. Yeah, birthday parties are real. Yeah, they're fun. You know what's cool? It's cool if the parents at the birthday parties, like when I go to the kid other kid birthday parties, like sometimes the parents just have like soda and water there, and it's 2 hours, and then the parties we throw, and other parents that we know that are pretty chill, we got beer there for the adults. We got beer. We know y'all want to drink at the party, so we got beer. And usually, I end up buying too much beer. This is the thing. I end up buying too much beer that I'll have all this beer left over. Like I just go crazy on it. When I throw a party, I don't expect anybody to have to bring anything. Like I've got the food, I've got the booze, I've got the fun, the music, and all that stuff all ready to go. I don't want anybody to have to worry. That's just the way I roll when it comes down. I'm a fucking giver, man. That's what I am. I give. I'm extremely hospitable. I don't expect anything in return. I'm not like a quid pro quo. I just want to do it because I fucking feels good. It feels good to like people come and like, dude, this guy went all out. Spent like fucking $600 on beer. That's how I roll. And I'm in debt now. I can't do it any, like, Laggy Haggy knows, I go all out. I just do. I just do. That's why one of these days, on June 2nd, first of all, we're going to be having a party at Uncle Pete's house, okay? And Uncle Pete's house, we're still deciding, we're still working out the logistics. Laggy Haggy and I have been feverishly talking about, like, the organizational, like, just collaborating right now on how we're going to get this party going, So we're working out some kinks. We might do it outside. That's hopefully what's going to happen. I know we showed you this room that we were going to be doing it in on my IRL streams, which it would be awesome, but the room's not, it's going to be very difficult to mix in, but we can do it if it comes down to that. Like if it's a rainy day or whatever, then we got to work it around that. But we're not going to be, so we're going to keep the board where it is. And we're going to just be running Ethernet cables down to the main stage in the box. The power of Ethernet, y'all. There's a company called Rat Sound. Go look them up. If you're looking for a way of extending your audio, if you want to record guitar in another room of your house or apartment, and you don't want to run cables through the walls, and you don't want to buy a bunch of cables, look up Rat Sound. It's an all analog Ethernet extender. It's like a not a DI box, but it's like a extender. So like say all my channels here on the wall, and I want to extend the channels into my living room, like for a drum session. Let's just say that, right? Which one of these days we're going to do that. I've never done it before, by the way. I've never recorded drums in my living room, which has pretty high ceilings. Like I want to say like almost 20 feet, the ceilings. It's like, that's how high it is. And it's like, it's not one big high ceiling. It's actually like going down. It's tapering down from like 20 feet or so, or maybe less, maybe 18 feet down to about 8 feet. So it's got like it's got a slope. You know the slope of a line, what's the formula? Y equals mx plus b or something like that? Isn't that the slope of the y? Or what's it? Is it y equals mx plus b? Is that the slope of the line formula? I forget. This might not be. Maybe I'm thinking wrong, but there's a slope of the line. You know how to calculate the slope, and so I've calculated it before. I think I forgot the formula. I think it's y equals mx plus b. I could be wrong. Check it out, chat. Look up slope of the line formula. Put it in chat. Let me know. Anyways, it's a real simple formula once you know the input, you know, everything. But like, so the slope goes down, which is good because you don't want asymmetry when you're in a recording environment. You don't want symmetry when you're in a recording environment. Many people think that symmetry is a good thing, but when it comes to recording and mixing, asymmetry is a good thing. Okay, it really is. It breaks up the room. It breaks up the 90-degree angles. Okay, it breaks up things a little bit. This room is not symmetrically, okay, actually the ceilings in this room go from 9 feet to 8 feet. There's like a gradual drop by about a foot in this room that we're in right now. and it's steadily, you can't notice it. I don't notice that it's steadily sloping down, but it does that in a way because of the length of the room. And so I have the drums in the smaller where it starts to get shorter. That way, it's like a loudspeaker. It's kind of like working in this fashion, like sound is pushing this way as opposed to pushing this way, right? From a smaller to larger situation. So the drums are like this point of my hands, and then it's like fanning out with the way the ceiling gradually gets higher over in that direction, away from the drums. It's a cool way. You just look at your room and you say, how can this room like amplify my sound? How can this room give me a lot of good sound qualities, you know? And then there's also a lot of issues with reverberation in that room, which we'll fix with, like, I'll bring panels in there, and see these panels, you kind of can see them. But if I can just get AI to follow me for a minute. Hey, AI, you want to follow me? Want to follow me? No? Not into it? No? Okay. We'll talk later. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I like doing it standing up, though.
Tonight we fly over your skies.
Okay, that's where I fucked up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment.
Let's keep that first part. The tonight we fly. I felt good about that. Listen to this.
We fly
That's Alice in fucking Chains right there.
over your skies. From tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise.
I think from the second I like the first.
Tonight we
Fucking
fly.
Alice, baby. You know what I gotta do? I gotta do this or that. I gotta get all Pearl Jam / Alice in Chains / Hootie and the Blowfish. This or that. We gotta our vocals. Tonight we fly.
Tonight we fly.
That's fucking fire right there.
Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise.
Oh yeah.
The light absorber.
I like that.
The light absorber pain. I send waves, not difficult. Social media. The light absorber down to the moment of the sunrise.
Punch it in now.
Oh yeah. The light absorber pain inflicted by scroll.
I gotta go with it.
Down to the moment of the sunrise.
flicker by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. No, I don't know. Down to the moment of the sunrise.
The lime in the coconut.
Oh yeah, who put the lime in the coconut? The light absorbed by pain and flickered by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. No, I don't know. I like it. Chat, what should I do? High, low, mid? Where should I go? I'm asking you now. Do it. Did you say beer or gear? I said beer. Of course I said beer. Of course I said beer. ASMR this, bitches. Yeah, ASMR.
Mid. You want me to go mid?
Love beer. I love beer too. I love you, beer. I can't get enough of you.
I keep telling myself every day, I'm not going to drink anymore. I'm done. I'm done with this. Such a problem. I have a problem. At least I think I do. The first step is acknowledging you have a problem. But I'm not a big AA person. I'm more harm reduction person, which has shown to be a little bit more promising than believing in a higher power that can fix all your problems. Because have ya? Well, have ya? Huh? Huh? I'm like Lieutenant Dan. I think Lieutenant Dan found God. That'd be me. I'd be Lieutenant Dan on the ship like, come on, you motherfucker! Is this the best you can do? Ah! And then I go swimming, and then good old Forrest says, I think Lieutenant Dan found God. No, he didn't. He found shrimp. That's what made him happy. Oh no, it was right before they found the shrimp. The sun started shining, the clouds started breaking and passing, allowing the sun to allow its photons to just strike the soul and exorcise the demons out of you. I look like Ryan Reynolds' granddad. Thank you. I bet you Ryan Reynolds' granddad is superb. He's probably a very hot man. Probably very good looking. You know? I do think I'm a good looking, sexy cat. Am I conceited? You guys decide. Okay? Sometimes I'm ugly. Sometimes I feel ugly inside myself, and I don't know what to do but just dance. All right, enough entertaining. What does chat have to say about that? At 70 years old version of... Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Wait till you're older, motherfucker. Wait. When you're older, I'm going to make fun of you. Okay? You know what age comes? With age comes wisdom. Motherfucker, okay? Okay? Wisdom, okay?
There is no more milk. No more milk. No more milk. I know you're still drinking milk, by the way. I know you are. Knock him off his high horse. Yeah, nobody can knock me off my horse. You know why? Because look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick. Ooh, it tastes just like raisins. And then he pull out his winky. Ooh, that's dirty. I know you think so. Please let me show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade. Ooh, sweet lemonade. Ooh, sweet lemonade. Oh, sweet lemonade. Look at my horse is amazing. Ah! Give it a lick. Ooh, tastes just like raisins. Dipping stuff. Some nasty, nasty stuff. When some spicy stuff comes, I need a damn... What? Mill, bro? Okay. This is the effect of getting older, though. Hold on. Let me put on my glasses so I can see. Damn mill, bruh. Excuse me. I don't understand a thing you just said, sir. I'm guilty of this too, though. When I type, my fingers are a little chubby. They're like little Trump fingers, okay? Little Trump fingers, right? I changed my mind. Fuck, 90 years old, dude. If I was 90 years old. If I was 90 fucking years old, then I'm the best fucking 90-year-old looking motherfucker ever. Ow! Oh, shit! Oh, what? Put you back on that gauntlet. What? Yo, get off your gauntlet. Yo, what? No, Trump doesn't have normal hands. He has stubby little fingers like me. Except mine are longer than his little baby fingers. No. You stick to that. You're defending him. Good. Go vote for him then. Okay? Okay? Go! Go vote for him! You know who I'm voting for? Sanko to Twitch. Yeah, get ready, motherfucker. It's time to be president, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. Down to the moment of the sunrise. Down to the moment of the sunrise. Down to the moment of the sunrise. That was interesting. It just dropped off a little bit. Okay, this is a new thing. At least it's new and not frequent. I might have to adjust the drift correction on my audio settings, but that's the next step. But I think so far we're good. This, though, there might be... I'm thinking I've never experienced this amount of latency before. Which makes me feel like let's go to Omnibus real quick. All right, we're going back to Omnibus real quick. I want to see what this does. Johnny Cash, or Johnny Cash if he was Johnny Cashless. Yeah. Or Ryan if he was a real trained professional at making goofy stuff in vocals. You're such a troll. You are a troll. Okay?
Okay, let's go over to Omnibus real quick. And let's adjust this buffer size. This may be the issue. I'm not gonna, I think I'm gonna stick let's try 512. Let's try 512. Does that, by the way, me doing that, does that fuck up anything? Let's hear. Hello, hello. Oh my God, I think it fixed it. I think that fixed it. But I actually do like this program a lot more than this program. Look at this. I mean, come on, guys. Look at this. Look at all the wires. It's just like intense. Like Omnibus doesn't even... So Omnibus, the biggest... so far, the biggest thing I've noticed is it automatically notices... I didn't have to put in any of these things. It just automatically noticed what my audio devices were. Automatically. It was like an automatic thing. It was like a plug and play thing. Nothing had to be set up from that perspective. Whereas Loopback, I had to press this little add button here, this little thing here you can see that I'm circling with my mouse. And that, that's where I could add, different things and such, right? But to be honest, that's a pain in the ass. So I had to add Ableton Live, for example. I had to add all 16 channels of my Dante virtual sound card, but turn that off. I always had that off, even when this was running, because I would get duplication, I would get latency, and then Discord I would have on, Stream Deck I would have on, Finder I would have on in order to play certain sounds from my Stream Deck, the soundboard. It's so weird, right? And then and sometimes if I toggle it off, it would work. So the consistency of the and reliability of this program, as much as I love this company, because to be honest, I'm not going to hate on Rogue Amoeba at all. I hope they fix this issue, because I think both of them have, I don't know, like they both have their strengths. Like for this, it's like a one and all solution. It's very one-to-one type of thing, like one-to-one, one DAW versus getting it sounding through my outputs. My outputs are Dante virtual sound card, the 16 channels that are operated here. There's also a pass-through, okay, in case I want to create virtual outputs, which I have. Okay, so I only have 16 outputs. I created 2 extra virtual outputs, which mean nothing right now. I was just experimenting with it. Voice mod had to be on. USB digital audio. So this is the microphone that I'm using currently right now, my lav. So I have my lav connected separately. I did this on purpose because if there is any kind of breakdown with my Dante virtual sound card, I can still talk to you guys, and still stream. So I made my microphone a completely separate interface, not only for the purpose of making a separate interface, or not only for the purpose of just separating the lav in case something goes wrong, but also because I don't want to utilize channels 1 or 2 or any of these for my lav mic. I want to keep these inputs 1 through 16 for instruments, maximize my inputs for recording situations. And if I were to take up any of those inputs just to power my USB mic, my digital, my other microphone, my lav, that to me is a big F, big loss, big L, So it's more of a big dubs when you just, how many of you guys have a second interface at home that you don't realize that works? Even though I have an interface that doesn't work, like here's another interface right here. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me just show you real quick right now what I did with this one. Okay, so look at this little interface. I used this when I first started streaming during the pandemic, and it was a complete and utter failure, by the way. But this thing wasn't. This actually routed all the sounds from my studio into these 2 channels. So I did a mix down in real time and sent everything to these 2 channels. But in order for these 2 channels to really work, I had to connect both of them. So I had to connect both of them to this, okay, to a DI box to kind of impedance match. These are very important, by the way. If you are running a studio or recording music, these are essential Essential, okay? But I had 2 of those, okay? And they were matching the impedance. Impedance is a big deal, okay? It lowers the sound quality of your source if you don't have the impedance matched, okay? Or at least accounted for. So I would go into these and literally could not go into the yellow with this. So I had to like time it by hand, like how many clicks I was turning, because I couldn't really see. I would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I went all the way up to 14, and then I'd have to do the same thing for the second side. And then nothing would go even in the orange with this, because even with this, it's, you know, a cheap converter. This is an A to D converter. And what happened was, if I go in the orange, it would start clipping like nasty, like just sounding gross. So I kept it in the green. Same with the Focusrite at Laggy Haggie's or Uncle Pete's house right now. I don't let it go into the orange for so much. The board's taking care of that, and then the output of the board is going into the Focusrite to go into OBS, or for playback into OBS. And I didn't want it to go anywhere near the orange, so I kept it in the green to keep the sonic clarity of the song. Didn't want to let that Focusrite with its cheap preamps, which it has. It's a cheap interface, which is still a good company. I'm not gonna, a lot of people use them. Not, just how to use it and what's the limits of any given machine. Just like this. This had its limits too. And so this could be used. This could be used if I didn't have another interface, which is the Allen and Heath Z10FX, which is a very cheap and common analog mixing console for gigging musicians. If you want to bring your little guitar and microphone setup or whatever you have, so it's a really useful tool for gigging. But I also found it very useful for, it's 16 bits. So right now my lav is not at 24 bits. It's 16 bits. Okay, so we're at different bit depths, but that's fine. And it just made sure it's like a security. If the BURL or the Dante virtual sound card has any issues, I don't get cut off, right? So that's the reason why I separated interfaces for streaming purposes. And I don't listen to my voice. I can actually, with this program, with the loopback program, I can. I can still hear my voice if I wanted to. There's ways to do that, but it's so much more difficult than using this. Like for this, I can just take whatever lav mics I'm using here. Like for an example, these are my lavs right here, as you can see. One of them is my voice mod.
This one right here that I'm talking in early.
And the other one's my lav mic, and I have them separated so I can use the Stream Deck to toggle between the two of them individually. There's a way to do it with the voice mod, but that would include more hotkey commands into a filter, and it just seems simpler to do it this way. You can do it different ways, obviously. There's many different ways to do it. And then if I really wanted to hear my voice, which I don't want to hear, I can connect it to my sound card. And then once I do that, hello, I turn on my speakers. I can hear myself. Oh my God. Which I don't want to hear myself. I already know my levels are good. I pretty much, don't want to hear myself in my lav mic. You guys can hear me, that's fine. I don't want to hear myself at all. So I have those set. But I can test it out. Sometimes I will use a headphone connected to the board. But in this case, I don't have to do that anymore. I can just simply route it there quickly. So really, really, really useful program for those of you who are trying. And actually, I think it's around the same price or less than Loopback. Not to say that Loopback's a bad program, y'all. I think it's a great idea, great program, and it's probably suitable for most users. But for my situation, I think this was a little bit more consistent, By the way, I think you're expecting my latency when I'm recording. It usually fixes itself by disabling hearing yourself option on your DAW or whatever it's called. That is the quick way to do it. 32-bit depth got me more headroom. So that means if you had just this usual sample and it was already clipping, you can't undo it. But with 32-bit WAV file, it was clipping, so you can just lower the volume down and fixed because it's actually technically it's still 24-bit. It's a float. It's not. It really isn't. It's 32-bit, but from my understanding, it's actually still 24-bit. It's a float feature. I don't do 32-bit because I don't need to. I'm pretty confident in the resolution from my converters. But yeah, a lot of people will go 32-bit and float, and it's another, setting. You know what? I would love to research this actually. Is okay, let's look. Where are we getting this information from? PS Audio. And I might be wrong on this too. So the dynamic range of a 24-bit digital audio signal is about 144 decibels, while 32 decibels weighs in at 192 decibels. To put that in context, the main difference between 24-bit and 32-bit digital audio is the level of precision of resolution in the audio data. Of course, like with 16-bit, there was less resolution with the faders. A 24-bit audio sample can represent up to 16.7 million levels of amplitude, while a 32-bit audio sample can represent over 4.2 billion levels of amplitude. In practical terms, this means that a 32-bit digital audio recording can capture a greater dynamic range than a 24-bit recording. How much dynamic range are we talking about here? The dynamic range of a 24-bit digital audio signal is about 144, while 32 is at 192 decibels. To put that in context, a full symphony orchestra has a dynamic range of about 100 decibels. This means the quietest parts of an orchestra are at around 30 dB or so, while the loudest parts inch up to about 130 dBs. To put this into perspective, let me show you this. A 24, let's see, where are we at? To put that in context, a full symphony orchestra has a dynamic range of about 100 decibels. This means the quietest parts of an orchestra are at around 30 decibels or so, while the loudest parts 130. To put this in perspective, a typical conversation at normal speaking volume is around 60 decibels, while a rock concert has to be as loud as 100 to 130 decibels. 144 is more than sufficient to cover this range, and that's why I'm at 24. Look, we're talking 24, right? Where are we? 24 bits. Where is it? Where's the difference? Where did we read it? Oh, right here. 24-bit audio signals about 144 decibels. To put in context, a full symphony orchestra has a dynamic range of about 100 dB. This means the quietest parts of an orchestra are around 30 dB or so. Okay, we already talked about that. While a rock concert is as loud as 130 dB. 144 is more than sufficient to cover this range. The dynamic range of a human hearing is typically considered to be about 120 decibels. I'll probably be drawn and quartered to suggest 192 dB is overkill, but what the heck? An increased resolution, well, clearly if you can break apart the same signal into billions of bits rather than mere millions, you should have finer resolution. But is it audible? As long as I am already being drawn and quartered, I might as well stick my neck out to suggest no. It depends on how loud they're recording and how loud their equipment can record as well. I've tried the experiment multiple times on our systems, some of the highest resolution ones there are, and I can't even hear the hint of difference. Jury's still out, but I'm not losing any sleep. Okay, it's a blog. So obviously Paul McGowan wrote this blog. Just one founder and CEO of what? I don't know. Obviously of this PS Audio, I guess, company. Just a second.
Is there an audio quality difference
God,
between
this guy is
24-bit linear and 32-bit
No.
float
Who's
audio
this guy? What the fuck? This guy. You should be a pastor at a church right now. Not be doing a road, not be doing an audio thing. No. 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 Bro. No. This guy. No. First of all. No, no, no. Okay? This guy should never be teaching audio lessons to anybody.
recordings when you're doing spoken word audio? Well, let's listen to some samples and see what we can learn here. It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 make 4,
Sanko,
you might
you're
find some
right.
difficulty.
24-bit. If you lower the sample down, it will definitely lower the resolution of the faders, essentially, and the dynamics of the sound. But like we said earlier, 100, like a rock band, is generally, the loudness of it is generally 120 to 144 dB, which the 24 bits can cover. So increasing it, yeah, you're giving yourself a little bit of headroom.
And yet you are quite sure of the fact.
Let's hear this.
It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it.
He should have just kept his face like this. Instead of showing us what he really looks like this guy looks like Ned Flanders' brother, okay? So this, I like him there. There, keep the shadow on you so you're mysterious. And then he unravels and shows who he really is. He's that guy. That's the shadow. Oh my God.
To prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact.
Wow.
It was easier to know it than to explain why I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 made 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact.
I hate that. I hate
it was
people
easier
doing
to know it than to explain 32-bit float recording. Well, first of all, I think it's kind of an unfortunate name that a lot of product companies that make audio recorders have started using to describe their technology. 32-bit float is part of the technology. It is basically the format in which they save the audio or encode the audio into a WAV file, but it isn't the full description. So really, what 32-bit float is, it's just a way to record a wider dynamic range. And dynamic range is, of course, the range between the quietest sounds and the loudest sounds. That's all that 32-bit float
And we're worried
enables.
about
But
the loudest
it
sounds.
requires more than that to really get the most out of it, to really record
Hitler
wide
without a
dynamic
mustache.
range.
Absolutely.
As an example, think about soft rain falling on asphalt and then a lightning bolt striking and you hear the thunder. That would be a very, very
that's funny.
wide dynamic
Yeah, he does,
range of
for
sound.
sure.
And the beauty is that 32-bit float containers or files or encoding
He's in
schemes
Studio One, isn't he?
can
Oh, no, he's in-
record really, really wide dynamic range like that. But to do that, there are a couple of things. Number one is the microphone. The microphone has to be able to handle as wide a dynamic range as well. So
Right.
it's really great that these recorders can handle a wider dynamic range.
That's what I was saying earlier.
And encode them in 32-bit
Like what
float.
your
But
preamps
if you don't
can
have
handle,
a microphone
analog
that can
preamps
handle,
can handle obviously high, but the SBL of a certain microphone, like how much pressure can it take, also affects the sound, the dynamic range.
the sound pressure levels or the wide dynamic range of what you're
SBLs,
trying
you
to
say.
capture, then you're still going to get some distortion. But it's going to happen
we're
at the
getting-
microphone before
Ooh,
it
this
ever
is
gets
the
to the
omnibus.
recorder. So that's the first thing. Secondly, there are some other things that are necessary to get wide dynamic range recording. And typically what these wide dynamic range recorders do, something like a Zoom F6 or a Zoom F8N Pro or a Sound Devices Mix Pre 2 series recorder, they have multiple analog to digital converters. So just very quickly, a microphone captures audio and it creates an analog electrical signal.
Yeah, we know
That goes in the dynamic range that you're trying to capture is one important factor, then having normally for capturing dialogue, but they can. But in any case, getting the right microphone that can handle the sound pressure levels and the dynamic range.
He looks like the bad guy in like Die Hard 2.
Normally for capturing.
You know that one Die Hard 2? Remember Die Hard 2? The Colonel or whatever his name is? Come on, let's. I can't. But let's. Where is he? Where's the Colonel? Where's the Colonel? Why are they just showing Bruce Willis? It's the guy from the Terminator. It's the T-1000. There it is. This is him. Look at this is the guy from Die Hard 2. Look at, I mean, come on, right there. That's him. He's an audio nerd. Who would have thought? Oh my God! Who's that guy? Dude, that guy always looks like a dick. Always. He looks like an agent. Agent 47. Look at that. Spitting image. Look. Die Hard 2. That guy. Same guy. Same motherfucker. What? Same dude. How do I make this? I gotta do it here.
Only for capturing dialogue.
Look at it.
But they can.
Okay, talk,
But in
mister.
any case, getting the right mic.
We are sidetracking ourselves right now.
And
We
all
are.
do is one of them some samples.
Okay,
and
boom. There you go. There he is. I just want to side by side this motherfucker real quick. Look at that. Oh my God.
That was awesome.
Wow. Right? Nobody's going to know that's him, though.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
How would they know? How would they know?
No. Look at that. Wow. Wow. You know, this I think this movie came out around the time that Star Search was still around. You guys remember Star Search? Do y'all remember Star Search? It was like I wanted to and they're like still breathing. It was like the earlier version of American Idol. It was like, and it was Star Search. Come on, you guys know Star Search, right? You know what I'm talking. No, you don't know. No, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Shit, if this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potato.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Oh, I'm not wearing a poncho today because I was supposed to be playing drums. It's 11:18. Let's go on these fucking vocals here. Let's play this video real quick, though. Just for shits and giggles.
We can learn here. They have multiple analog to digital converters. So just very quickly, a microphone captures audio and it creates an analog electrical signal. That goes into your recorder, and then the recorder converts that electrical signal. Well, first of all, before it does that, it amplifies the signal using a preamplifier, makes it louder, and then it converts it into digital from analog. So to capture this very wide dynamic range, what these wide dynamic range recorders do is they have multiple analog to digital converters per input. And so what those converters do is one of them, for example, and they can have 2, they can have 3, they can have even more than that, but one of them, as an example, will handle the very, very loud sounds, and the other one will handle the quieter sounds. And then it will bring those back together and encode them into a 32-bit float space. So that's how these work. And those are all the different ingredients that have to be there. So it's really important you need to understand, number one, which microphone you use makes a big, big difference. Number two, the placement of the microphone matters a lot. And so I remember when 32-bit float recorders first came out, people were saying, oh, bunch of people are going to lose their jobs. These production sound mixers aren't going to be needed anymore. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's just a tool that makes their jobs potentially easier. And honestly, most production sound mixers aren't using 32-bit float recorders normally for capturing dialogue, but they can. But in any case, getting the right microphone that can handle the sound pressure levels and the dynamic range that you're trying to capture is one important factor. Then having this wide dynamic range recording capability on your recorder is another factor. So it's not quite so simple. And honestly, I wish they'd call them wide dynamic range audio recorders as opposed to 32-bit float recorders, because you see it's not just 32-bit float. It also requires multiple analog to digital converters. So that's another factor. Now, the interesting thing about 32-bit float as well is that 32-bit float, while it can manage a much wider dynamic range, it can provide a much wider range of values to store the audio in. It's very much like scientific notation or using exponents. So you can represent very large or very small numbers. However, when you do that, at some point you lose precision, and there are potential precision errors. And so the big question for me is, using 32-bit float to encode your audio, does that reduce the audio quality of what you're hearing? And from the samples that we heard here for spoken word audio, I honestly think that we're not really pushing the limits of the microphone
Zion dude in the
or
Matrix, yo.
the recorder that much that it
This
makes a
is-
difference.
oh,
I think
what-
for sound effects, the answer
Which
may be
one?
entirely
'Cause
different.
I
But for
love the
spoken word
movie.
audio and what we did specifically for
So yeah, so what he's saying, I'm comfortable in working at 24-bit, like me personally. I have no need to go to 32-bit. The BURL that I use has a very good dynamic range in terms of encoding it, whatever. And but if it helps y'all do your thing, then I'm all about that, Okay, so anyways, let's get back. There's my splice. We got some splice stuff here. I want to kind of browsing through, nothing too... What's this? Oh, yeah, my video. All right, so let's go back here. Let's get this done. If we don't get a few takes of this done, let's hear it real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's a difference actually between those. There's the 32-bit, 24-bit float for audio coding, but then I think the 64-bit, like for example, like Studio One, 64-bit, like this is a 64-bit. Where am I? Oh yeah, here it is. So process precision. So it's a little bit different than the as you can see here. This can go up. How like the samples are processed, how like the plugins, whatever, the resolution of what you're looking at in terms of the DAW. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's this is for audio. So 64-bit precision of the audio. I don't think it's at, I don't know if this, it's a good question. I don't know if this has anything to do with 32-bit float or your bit like resolution. I think this more has to do with the sample, like the actual resolution of the recording of the sample. But that's something I probably want to learn about a little bit more too. But something I just never really taught myself to learn, because I figured I'm just a musician, and the technical, the more technical, like digital characteristics of a DAW, as long as it's better than its predecessor, then I'll roll with the better DAW. You know what I mean? Like Studio One right now is the better DAW in terms of workflow, and the fact that it runs at 64-bit. Not only processes the sound at 32 bits as opposed to 24. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility. But yeah, these are all good questions.
Over your sky.
Sounds so much like Alice in Chains.
From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when the hour.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. the light absorb, we're gonna punch in there. Yeah, so I think it's more, like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer, and I don't know much about the making a DAW, but I know what it can do, and so I utilize. If I was like still working in the box, I probably would do things at 32 because I didn't have that much headroom. But the fact that I'm working in both arenas, like in the box and as well as using analog equipment, I'm really more interested in how hard I'm hitting the analog equipment than I am on the resolution of the bit resolution of the dynamic range, for example, which I'm comfortable at 24. So I think I am, but to each his own, I probably have something to learn from y'all who do work in that environment, and it would be nice to know your thoughts on it. All right, so let's see here. Let me restart my Twitch. Sometimes I experience that with... Okay, there we go. Oh, you make your own DAW. I mean, I say one of my... what is that? What's going on here? I don't want that. I think that my route that I'm going to take, especially if like you can program your DAW to do certain things, is going to be Reaper. I like the way I don't know. It's a little mid on its module. Like I think you can design the plugins the way you want them, but the way I look at it, it's like old Windows boxes or whatever. Like the Windows, I don't know. There'll be some improvements by the time Studio One goes down. I hope it doesn't, though. I'm like rooting for Studio One. I'm not getting any latency now, which means I have to change Omnibus when I do playback of some of these videos I've been showing because there's been some drop off. I don't know, but I'm at 512 in Omnibus, which obviously affected the latency of my microphone, which is interesting to me. Very interesting. I'm not hearing as like there was like a second or maybe like 10 milliseconds worth of latency. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I did in my headphones. And then when I adjusted the sample rate in Omnibus, maybe the sample rate in loopback is different. Maybe there's a set sample rate. I don't know. Very, very curious to see how this works. Yeah, I'll get to your comments in a little bit, guys. Let me move on. Tonight we fly. I love that. Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain and flickered by scrolling when I awake. Oops, I don't know if I like that. Oh, sky. The light absorbed by pain and flickered by scrolling when I awake. Tonight we fly. Tonight
night we
I like the guitar, how there's a lot of compression, or it sounds like the guitars are
over your
compression.
skies.
It's really taking the compression nice.
From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it over your. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted of the sunrise. Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again.
I said, oops, I did it again. Gotta be higher.
Of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did. The light absorbed by. Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend.
Not that, but let's keep that.
Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops,
I need to be closer to the mic.
oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us.
Low battery. Suck my fucker. Suck it. Really? There you are. There you are. Of course.
Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling.
I think that needs to be a little bit more closer to the mic right there.
Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend.
I don't know if I like that, but let's listen.
Oh yeah. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend.
I think keep these and we'll do another take. We'll double it up on the other side. I think it just needs more like harmonics. It's not the fact that it doesn't sound good, but I think also, let's read up here real quick. Result, shitty interface, have an audio drag function, have an effect function, no VST supported, so I made my own plugin extensions. You can record a vocals and shit. How can you make your vocals be in tune with all of that vocal layer in front of it, bro? From my understanding of what you said, I think some people have a harmony like ear, you know? Like I just sing in tune. Like that's it.
You know, my brain just goes there if that's what you're asking. My brain automatically goes there. Like Miles Davis. And music is in my head all day. When I'm driving, every time I pass a light on the street, like the street lights, right? From one street light to the next always works with the song that I'm listening to for some reason. When a car cuts in front of me, it works with the song that I'm listening to. When a car makes a turn to the right, the song somehow accompanies that right turn. I don't know why. It could be any given song on the radio, and it still works with everything that I'm looking at. It's so weird. It's something that many people who are musicians like yourself probably feel this way or think this way or see or hear things this way. It's crazy. You know? Oh, I don't got a built-in auto-tune. I want to get auto-tune. I have Melodyne, and I think Melodyne's a little bit more... They're different, and both are powerful tools to have. I think that let me get off this reverb real quick. I think that Melodyne is great for like really fine tuning, like to sound as real as you can get it. And I think Auto-Tune, which I think T-Pain actually is one of the first artists to use Auto-Tune, or to at least make it as famous as it is now. But yeah, I watch his streams, and by the way, his streams are hilarious, okay? Like the other day, he was, writing a song, and they were all just like playing it back, and there was like thousands of people watching. So it's like, there is a niche group for people who want to watch music production. It kind of made me feel good. It's like, as long as you're entertaining, and the shit that he was doing was fucking entertaining, man. He was like listening to the song, and the best part of it was just the little window and looking at the DAW. So like how we normally have it when we're doing production. And you think, oh, I want people to see me in full frame. Once he changed to full frame, it wasn't as funny. But when he had the DAW running, and you could see, and then the window of his studio, like in the bottom right-hand corner, and then like he had his buddies over, and they were all just fucking dancing. Dude, it was so fun to watch that I clipped it. Go check out his stream and look at that clip. It's Soundbites clipped it, okay? But it's one of T-Pain's clips, and hopefully he accepted it. But it was so fun. Like, he was just like, everybody was doing their own thing to the beat. Like, there's some guy back here doing this. Like, T-Pain was just doing this in the front. And then, like, the other guy on the right was just, like, fucking doing this. Like, so everybody was doing something differently. And it was one of the most funny things I've ever seen, like, in stream. Like, I was just like, this is magic. I thought it was like, this is magic. Like, this is magic, what he just did. And he wasn't aware. They were just fucking drunk and having a good time. And you know what I'm saying? They were having a good time. They were just, you saw it. You saw them just having a good time. And that, like, I felt like I was there. And so, why am I saying this? I don't know why I'm saying this. I think I lost track of what I was saying. Shit. Oh, my Stone Age headphone mic? Wait. How much is the shirt? The shirt mic? Don't get this. Don't get what this. I'm moving up in the world. I'm gonna get this Shure one that's wireless. Don't get this. This is a wire, and it's connected to this. And to be honest, look, I've had to put tape here because the amount of movement that I do in stream, and this being in my pocket, has affected even on the other one. So this is the second one I had to fix. The wire connections, I can fix it. I can probably take some desolder everything or deconnect if it disconnects, and then just solder the cables back together, and then put a I can do that now too if I unhook it, but put like a rubber, like a little rubber in, like a sleeve, and then take a heat gun to that sleeve and shrink it, and that way it'll be like a snag protector, But yeah, I'm gonna go wireless, because this is two things that I have to worry about
Whereas the new Sures, I think they're just like one thing that clips on you. And it's kind of cool. Just everything all in one right there. And it's still battery powered like this. Like I think you have to charge it. I think it runs 24 hours from what I've read. So, you know, as long as it runs like 5 hours, I'm good. And then the only thing is if I run it at 5 hours, if like I'm doing a 12-hour stream, which I'm gonna be doing, guys, you're not gonna get rid of me that easy, okay? I love this. You don't even know. You don't even fucking know how much I love this. Like, I love being here talking to a fucking camera all the time and just doing my thing. I'm serious. I talk to myself anyway. I don't care that you're not watching. I talk to myself when nobody's watching. I am like having conversations. So now I'm recording those fucking conversations, ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems. Okay, we're doing it. I don't care if you tell me not to buy it. I'm gonna buy it. You better not, Seiko. You better not. Let's go. No, seriously, get the Shure one. You don't need it. What do you need a lab for? Unless you're streaming. What do you need a lab for? Why do you need this? Like, it's a rugged box. I ain't gonna lie. It's a rugged piece of equipment. I've used this in literal settings though, where like for film stuff, you know, like boom operator stuff. And I embarrassingly had to borrow the camera guys, or the camera operator. The camera operator. Why? See, I'm old. I grew up. My dad worked in the film industry, and so I'm using all the terminologies that I grew up with. They even got rid of certain shots names. Like they used to have a shot called. Now they call it a like a mid shot. I think they call it a mid. I think they call it a mid shot. It's a type of close up. But there's like a full close up, and then there's like a close up from this point right here. And in the film industry, because it was mainly men back in those days, they used to call the shot a 2T shot, meaning obviously fucking titties. So somebody sued them, an actor or some producer who's a female. Like they started working in higher ranking positions in the film industry over time. Now it's like everything, right? So somebody got sued for lots of money, and they had to change the name of the shot from 2T to like mid close up. I'm not joking. And my dad used to tell me a story. But yeah, it was boom guy, sound guy, cameraman. You guys know this shit. Like we grew up in those times. So I mistakenly say cameraman or instead of camera operator, which I am wrong. I should address that, you know, but yeah, shit, right? Talk about being a Gen X millennial. I born in 1980, so I literally merged with both groups, Gen Xers and millennials. And the first generation to experience the internet. The first young generation experience the internet. I don't care if you tell me to buy it, I'm gonna buy it. It's true saying, oh. Of the willow tree started hunting Sakode Ark because he just buy a shitty mic. I don't know what that means, but it's hilarious. I don't know what that means. Some of the things you say, I can't understand, but it's still funny, and I still laugh, and I still think it's great. You know? And the fact that Laggy Haggy, when he's talking about if you tell me not to buy it, I'll buy it. I've been telling Laggy Haggy to buy shit for their stream, and like I said, it's been a budgetary process. We've been trying to really budget this out. So if you guys need help on buying stuff, we'll work it out. We'll have a day. We'll do a day of streaming of let's go shopping, you know? Like, what do you need? You know, I'm not buying it for you, by the way. Nope. I fucking buy it. And he fucking did. He did. He bought it. He fucking bought it. See? Soundbites tells you to buy something. Are you listening to this, Sweetwater? Are you listening to this, every other company out there? People are buying what I tell them to buy. Okay? What better marketing do you got there? Boom. One transaction. Not a bunch of advertisements. One advertisement in life. For real. And people buy. You're not the first one, Senko or Laggy Haggy. Other people have bought stuff that I recommended, like literally in stream. The power of persuasion is real. Now, am I an asshole about it? No, we're going to really research this shit, okay? We're going to sit down and do it together. Except I'm not going to be loaning you money. We're just going to do it together, though. I'll help you understand it. We'll dive in. We'll get our feet wet. We are VR troopers. Yeah, let's go. That was insane. Nicky boy. When I tell Soundbites not to buy something, he buys it. Yo, true. This is true. This is true. Nicky boy, buy these mics. It's the best in the market. Me, no. Also, Nick, don't buy these mics. It sucks. Maybe I'll buy it. Good point. Good point. You don't have to listen to me. I'm not your father or mother or mentor. Though I want to be. I want to be your father and your mother and your mentor. And your dog. You can pet me and feed me treats. And I'm okay with this. Treats in the way of subs, by the way. Oh, I like biddies too. Those are so yummy. Those are so yummy. My God. You guys, when I eat bits, oh man, I'm eating a bit of your bank account. I'm just, you know. And then Spotify, right? Spotify is eating little nibbles. Streamlabs. My experience so far with Streamlabs was it's CPU hog. If your CPU and your RAM can handle it, yeah, it's actually got some cool features. Stream Elements though has a OBS like live feature as well that integrates all your stream elements. I had trouble running it on my system, and I actually just prefer simple old OBS, but Streamlabs is a lot more intense on your RAM, on your CPU for sure. But it has a lot of cool plug-in features I think that are already built in, whereas OBS is. I mean, people in chat probably can answer this question as well. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. So did we like that? The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. No. I need to belt that one out. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When I wake, oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Oh, that's gonna be off the chain, that chorus. We're almost there. We'll get to these drums. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When I wake, oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Let's keep it and move. Slaves, not difficult to over your hand tonight. And tonight. Oh yeah, baby, let's go. Let's fucking go. And tonight. And tonight. Oh my God. I said tonight. Let's go. Let's hear it. And tonight. And tonight. I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I don't know. And tonight. I said tonight. And tonight. No. And tonight. I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. That's where I dropped off. We had an audio drop off. That's new. This is an omnibus situation. It might... I don't know what to do. But at least we haven't had any latency issues. And tonight. I said tonight. We'll figure that out. But we're gonna have to add some highs. Over your skies, brothers and sisters. I don't think I'm gonna do harmonies for the verses. Let's hear it. Over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. So I have to stay there. I have to stay Alice in Chains mode. Fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. Whoa, I like it though. I like it. Way better. Over your skies, brothers and sisters. I need to control my sibilants. Fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can't say. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I like the first part. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brothers and sisters, I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. Yes. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud tonight. I said tonight we fly. Over your skies, 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 over your skies. Over your skies, over your skies. Yeah, we gotta work on this. Let's do another take. Let's keep this though. We got some good moments. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun comes out to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight we fly. I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say that most people are kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love and fly over your dark cloud. I said tonight we fly high. I said tonight we fly high over your skies, 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 oh, over your skies, 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 over your skies. Nice take, dude. Seriously, I'm proud of your nice take. Tonight we fly.
Oh, that was
over your. That was really good. That was good. We got some dog action in there. I turned the mic to Omni mode as soon as they start into the barking procedure. We're using that. We're using that for an intro, dude. Come on. Why not? That was great. You guys did your job. You guys need to go pee? Let's go pee. Well, these doggies need to go pee real quick. So we're just gonna. Well, let me. Oh, what happened? What happened? What happened to it? Let me try that again. Okay. There we go. By paying chicken noise. Dude, these dogs, they're going to add to it. Every time they bark, they did this in the last song. What was it? Lord Forgiven Zealots. And my daughter loves that song because of the doggies. So they really do add to the vibe. Let's just get them out of here so they don't fuck me up anymore. Let's go, boys. Come on. You ruined my life. I can't do music with you in here. Hey, you too, buddy. Come on, oldie. You're an oldie but a goodie. I love you. Let's go. All right, go pee-pee, guys. Go pee-pee, poo-poo, papa, opo. Fucking dogs. You haven't credited the dog in that song. No, he's not getting paid. I'm totally capitalizing on this. Wait, watch when some like Lib gets all upset with me for that. Like, you didn't pay your dog. You're using your dog. And PETA gets involved. By the way, PETA ain't so clean. Okay? Just saying. Anyways, I'm gonna take a pee-pee again. I'm gonna go pee-pee while the dogs are going pee-pee, okay? We all gotta go pee-pee right now. Everybody go pee-pee. Everybody, let's go. Take a break. Don't pee your pants. Let's go, okay? Be right back.
That sucked balls. That sucked.
Your motivation. Oh, cold coffee. You couldn't come at a worse time cold. This is your brother's fault. He's so little and he takes over everybody's space. I get it. Come on, up here. Come on, Reggie. Come on, Reggie. Come on, Reg. Come on, Reginald Van Hooby Dooby. Not you, Emmett. No, go back, Emmett. Here, go, Reggie. Emmett. Oh, you want to drink some water? Okay. Good. Go, Emmett. Go. Emmett, go. Go. Go, Emmett, go. Go, Emmett, go, Emmett. Go, Emmett, go. Next on Sound Bites. Now, my balls, on the other hand, right? Really nice. Siri eats a lot of junk food, as you can tell. One of these days, the dogs will pay the bills. Who pays the bills? The dogs. They're going to pay them one day. I promise. People do it all the time, guys. They use their cats on the... Why do you think cat jam's a thing? You think cat jam's a thing because a cat decided to do this with his head? No. Some asshole was filming their cat the whole time, and they filmed the cat maybe, like, doing something with its head. Okay? No, why aren't there any dog jams out there? Huh? Clark, there's no dog jams out there, Clark. No, none. No dog jams, not one, so to speak. What's going on, Clark? What you doing, Clark? How you been, Clark? Everything okay, Clark? Clark? Hey, we haven't had any issues with the recording. We haven't had any issues yet. Cross your fingers, folks. No issues with just the little latency issue. We fixed it in Omnibus. The thing about Omnibus, because I'm changing the sample rate, I've got to figure out, because it's using Dante. I'm wondering. I'm just kind of trying to think of things to optimize it. I know there's other ways to do things, so anyways. Hey, how's it going? What's your name? My name is Ramalama Ding Dong. How you doing? Hey, are you not working with me right now? You're not working AI? Is AI even activated? Come on, bro. You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me and all the people watching right now. Insta. No, you're a good camera. You're a good camera. We bought. Guess what? I convinced Laggy Haggy to buy an Insta. Okay. See? I'm telling you, my influence is infectious. Okay. Let's see. This will be like a head zoom. Half body. I like half body. All right. Back to the hotel. Thanko, writing paragraphs and shit. To be honest, I just listened to We Already Won 5 times today because I love the drums, and the drums sound like Ludwig oyster drums, and the low end is fucking incredible, very inspirational. That's the nicest thing you've said all day, all morning. Oh my God, you just stroked my ego. Oh, feels good. I feel like a Twitch streamer now. I feel like a streamer. Real bass addict type shit. Yeah, you know, that song, I used a MIDI bass, like a MIDI for East West. I used a contrabass plugin. And even for the demo, when I first released that song many years ago, like 2009, or no, maybe around, not that time, maybe like 2013. And I didn't record it on the original setup that I have. I'll actually, one of these days, I'll probably share the old demo version with you. Hello? Why am I hearing no audio? No audio. Uh-oh. I know you can hear it, but I cannot. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, you know what? You can't hear it either. Omnibus. See, this is why I have another microphone connected. Omnibus. Oh, that's why. Because I have it mute. I have the channel muted. Whew! That was a close one. That was a close one. That was a close one. Whoa. Okay. Hello. Oh, we're back. Okay, I thought that. Ooh, I was scared there. Simple mute was activated. That's all. But still, you see why I have this other microphone? All right, let's go to singing. Brothers and sisters, I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. I like that. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. Brothers and sisters, I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud tonight. I said tonight we fly. Maybe brothers and sisters, all I want tonight. I said tonight. I said tonight we fly. Audio drop off. Wow. Omnibus. Okay, that was an omnibus thing. All right, we'll just do it over. Fuck it. It's not as bad as what. Maybe I'll go to the audio settings and click drift correction real quick. Hold on. I wanted to test this out this way, but I also wanted to test it out this way. So open my audio MIDI setup. No. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. Yes. So go to my audio devices, and then I'm going to click drift correction for let's see here. I think drift correction for the Mac. The Dante virtual sound card and the DAW. Let's see. Let's check these out. Oh, it automatically. Let's try that. Let's try that. So we got the drift correction enabled now in my audio devices for my audio MIDI settings. As you can see here. So I think the Mac is obviously the host, right? And these two are supplementary. And so I have both of those enabled. The drift correction to the Mac, maybe? Or do I click on all three of these? I think I would just click on these two and see. Because the issue's happening with the sound card and the DAW. That's my first line. And these are actually omnibus. So DAW 1 is omnibus A, and this is omnibus B. As you can see here in my omnibus. Where are you? Where are you? So omnibus A and omnibus B. I just relabeled them DAW and Mac, respectively. So, by the way, that song, Lord Forgive Zelda, the bass is so fucking... Lord Forgive Zelda is so fucking low until the chorus part, which isn't the bad thing. The one thing that bothers me is the drums. It feels like it was played by a kid. Not that it's an insult. It sounds good and it's funny as fuck. It's my inspiration song, and it's my inspiration to make a song Live or Die. Those are folky, like the drum style is actually a folk, very much in the realm of like bluegrass and Delta blues, and even maybe Piedmont. The guitar style that I played for that song was Piedmont, but the actual drums were very much like Delta blues style, or even some bluegrass styles. But yeah, it is very kind of fun and circusy, for sure. But that's what I intended. You've been out here writing diaphragm and shit? Okay. Totally. I'm just a Cali boy responding like a Cali boy would. Cool, bro. I said tonight. So right there. I said tonight. I don't know if I like that. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud. We're gonna have to figure this out. Let's get on the drums, dude. I'm tired of doing these Vox. Let's get on the drums. Hopefully we'll be able to play them. I feel like I spent so much time on Vox that I really can probably do more drums and then come back to Vox. It was just a test. See where we were. I'll mute this channel though. I'm going to mute it because it kind of annoys me. So, yeah, I'm not in my Vox groove yet with this. I think maybe let's go to the drums. And I want to work on some collaboration pieces. Probably going to happen tomorrow. We didn't stream last night because we were setting up the omnibus and the software, but we are doing Tuesdays and Thursdays. I let everybody know in Discord. I hope you guys got the message, but like I spent more time reading the chat. Well, I got to read the chat too. I gotta indulge in chat. I don't want to be that streamer who ignores my chat. I really don't, because I know how it feels. And like I ignore some things, like when I'll try to get back to them, but I notice some people, maybe they've just been doing the Twitch thing so long that they've gotten desensitized. That's what I kind of think it is. That they just kind of, they probably did what I did at first, and then they're like, got burned out, and then they decided to be a little more hostile towards chat. But I'm not, I don't like to be that way anyway in general, so. It's Rotten Bullet. I got it. That sounds cool. Rotten Bullet. That sounds great. Rotten Bullet sounds good. I like that better. I like Rotten Bullets way better, actually. Sounds way better. I'll work on that song too. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. It's going to be you know what I'm going to do? It's going to be like a full-on day of collaborations. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to play kind of, not catch up, but I've got a release happening. I've got, those kind of streamers, they made me feel, yeah. Yeah. It's not there. I don't want to hate. I do get like when some streamers aren't as interactive with chat, and then some of them are only interactive with like subscribers, and they treat the non-subscriber. But maybe it's me. Maybe like have we ever stopped to think that maybe it's ourselves that aren't following the correct, like, I guess, Twitch, like, streamer chat mores, social mores, maybe it's that, I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of them like their egos to be stroked, and then a lot of them like completely unrelated, cool, funny stuff that's unique, and then they respond to the unique stuff. They don't respond to stuff that's like self-serving for the stream, for the chatter. They'll, like, they probably answered, like, for the amount of time that they've been streaming, they've probably answered those questions so much that they're like, yo, if you want to go watch my YouTubes or my other vids about this very subject, you go check it out. Bye. Because in the spirit of efficiency, they're like, basically their shareholders are their chat, the people that subscribe and are interested in seeing them produce material and content. So I look at it from that perspective. To be honest, I don't even get offended by it. But I do see it. I'm like, man, they got broke. They got broken. But I bet you I'll get broke one of these days. Once we get more assholes in chat. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's going to be some tests to my character once stream progresses and there's more people watching, and because I say pretty outlandish shit, and but you made a little bit of money and it turns into a pajama dude who looked like a real professional making goofy stuff. Yeah, I like to wear comfortable clothes in the studio, dude, for sure. That's I don't like to, especially, and another thing about my clothes, and this is a studio rule, actually. It's kind of a rule. Like, a lot of artists will come in with jewelry on. that will bleed into the microphones when they move their arms or whatever, you know? And like, yeah, even like, for example, jeans. I swear to God, jeans are too constrictive in the studio. Like, that's why I just wear, chill clothes in the studio, you know? I'm not here to impress stylistically. Maybe I'll buy some cool stuff once I have more money, you know? Maybe I'll update my swag. But in the studio, it's about being comfortable, being simple, not drawing a lot of attention to yourself, unless you're the artist, obviously, and trying to stay low key and trying not to, like, even jeans, when you walk with them, they make sounds. Like, this is so quiet. These shoes, these boots, these Uggs, so quiet. Like when my kids were babies, when I used to have them go to sleep, like when you nap them, I made more noise barefoot or with socks on than I did with my Uggs. So I would put my Uggs on, so that way if I walk past their rooms to check on them, they wouldn't wake up from the creaking of the floor. You know, that's how crazy these boots are. They're great. All right, 12:26. Let's get to these drums. We got the drums armed already. So let's get to them. Let's get to them. It's about GD time. Still on a low battery here, huh? All right. 4%. Get over to the drums. Yeah, that's the reason why I always wear comfy clothes here. That's a studio rule, you know? Never like come in like with heavy. You know what I want to do? I actually, like Steve Albini, he wears like a onesie or a flight suit as they call them. And those are pretty cool. I was like thinking of doing that actually, like copying him. I was thinking of copying him and wearing a flight suit because they're super cozy. They've got all these pockets on them. You know, like that's dope. All the pockets on the flight suit, and then you're like an engineer. You look like you're really doing the engineer thing. You know? I don't know how like people who went to school for engineering feel about people like me who are self-taught engineers of the audio thing. So, but I do consider myself, I guess, went to college for other shit. If I were to go back to college, I think it would be like physics, to be honest. It's like those are the highest paying scientist jobs. Or not even computer programming. It's like kind of useless too in college, you know? Like it's so easy to learn on your own. And you don't even need to learn how to program anymore. So, hey, let me know in chat if my mic cuts out, because I'm sitting now. But I have it clipped onto me now, so hopefully that will fix. And I'm not wearing my poncho today, so we're good, right? Let's see if this iPad is back to go. You're gonna be a little motherfucker like that. Somehow, for some reason, the iPad did not charge. So we shall overcome. We'll do a count in, and while it's charged, it'll charge and it'll eventually come. All right, let's 1, 2, 3, 4. sounds different, definitely. Definitely a very unique compared to what I'm used to doing. One, two, three, four. I'm not hearing my. I don't want it to be there. This is a bummer. Okay, so I think I have to route something in Omnibus real quick. My click track. Like, you can hear it, but I don't want you to exactly hear the click track. So the click track is coming out of, let's play it. If we have output 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. That's the DAW. Okay, I have it. Okay. So what I got to do is send this. See what happens when I do this. Let's see. All right, I'm just checking. Oh, what's up, Prod Damage? How you doing? Today we're kind of in production mode, so and trying to figure out my omnibus. Friday we're doing music feedback for sure. I would do it today, but usually during the week I actually charge for music feedback. It's like 2 subs or $10 tip or 1,000 bits. But currently, I'm not even going to be doing that because I'm trying to adjust my. Trying to do something here. Boo, 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 boo. Yeah, because we just changed to this omnibus not too long ago. Let's see, it's coming. Okay. So the difference between the DAW, let's try something here real quick with the DAW. Let's play it over here where there's no sound. Disarm the tracks. Let's see what this is. What is this? What are you? Let's go Dante. Oh, that's it. That's there it is. And you guys probably can't hear that other than through my lav microphone. There you go. Okay. So all right, that's all I need to do. Okay. Yeah, originally Prod Damage, let's just call you Damage, right? I was using this loopback by Rogue Amoeba. Not a bad software, not a bad program. But I feel like this so far has stopped the drift issue. And then the dropout, we're working on that. Sometimes the audio drops out like when I'm playing actually in total. So I want to see what's going on with that and why it's doing that. And I'm still unaware of the reasons why. but at least I haven't experienced any latency issues with like the sound, like feedback. It's weird. It's just like a weird thing that happens when OBS and the DAWs are working in tandem, and then when OBS is recording at a different or playing back at like 2048 buffer size, and I'm recording, that's when it happens. Like when I'm recording at 64. It's like kind of like a sync issue with the latency from one, like at 64. I don't know. Like it happens every 30 minutes or so. So we switched to Omnibus here by Audio Movers, which I use for collaborating. It's a great program for like remote collaboration with others. So that way you can use the studio that I have and the gear that I have. For some of your tracks, stuff like that. And yeah, so here's a little, I guess, a little tour. There's me. Hi, how are you? There's where we record our vocals and stuff and keys. And then that's chat. I've got Kick open, but I haven't actually started streaming to Kick. That should have been the gear, but we got another version. We got another shot at the gear. There you go. That's the gear we're running. So, pretty dope. No, you need a metronome. Absolutely. 100%. Don't always get it. Like, it really is important to, like, if a band is playing together and they're just doing a live thing and they're not looking for a metronome because they've been playing together and they sound good, that's one thing, and I've worked in that situation. But when you want to mix them and clean everything up, it makes it so much harder. So everybody should learn how to play to a metronome. Period. I know even bass artists that are really good at the bass, they literally practice to metronomes. So metronomes are important. They save you time. And if you want to be a professional artist, I think metronomes are important. So that's why I'm using one, because it also keeps me in time. And it doesn't bother me when I use a metronome at all. At all. There we go. We got the Mac. We got the iPad working again. All right, let's get these drums on. Hopefully we can get a good drum take today. You know? I'm really hoping we get a good drum take. Oh, motherfucker. If also the sound quality of my lav, I'm putting my lav on a clip. Uh-oh, technical error. We lost one. All right. Go. Hello. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is oh, different headphones. I'm like, where is this audio coming from? And I didn't patch in the drum headphones for now. I gotta patch those in. Patching them in now. on the patch bay, forgetting where I came from. Okay, now I can hear him. I was like, what now? What now, Omnibus? Okay, we're good. Let's get these drums formed. Hello, hello, hello. What? Better do what? What? Ah. There we go. All right. Interesting that you say that about the OBS thing. I don't have any issues with my microphone, so to speak, my mic drivers in OBS. The issues I have generally are just with the DAW and OBS and the intermediary source, which would be either loopback or Omnibus. That's the source that's really driving the signal. I've had some drop off, but it comes back relatively quickly. I don't have to like restart my DAW. So far, what we experienced today with record, we're using, it could be my sound card. It could be the Dante virtual sound card as well. That's another possibility. So it could be me recording at 96K and downsampling on the way out into OBS at 48K. But I don't think OBS supports 96. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When I wake, oops, I did it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight, I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud tonight. Ah, terrible, terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Night, say go! Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Kingfish shit, this is awful. Terrible. Fucking terrible. Sounds like a fucking amateur asshole. This is terrible. This is fucking terrible. What fucking time is it? Terrible. Absolutely wrong. In all ways, shapes and forms. This was terrible. Still getting this. It sounds like shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight, I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud tonight. I said tonight we fly. Audio drop off. Wow. Omnibus. Over your skies. 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 Yeah, we gotta work on this. Let's do another take. Let's keep this though. We got some good moments. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun comes out to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain inflicted by scrolling when I'm awake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight we fly. I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say that most people are kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted
inflicted by crime and corruption. I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love and fly over your dark cloud. I said tonight we fly.
I'm losing it. I'm losing the groove here. Losing the groove. Good day. Good night, Sanko. Good night, my friend. Good night.
Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight.
It needs to like go harder there. It needs to be like a dun 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 dun. Obviously, like the acoustic guitar, dude. We are. I was in a groove at first. I want to hear the fucking. I want to hear the drum and bass stuff.
I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and
That's awesome.
corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud. Tonight.
Maybe it needs to go back. Maybe it needs to go like. Maybe it needs to go. Maybe it needs to go back. Maybe it needs to go back to the toms on the chorus. Maybe, right? Let's go.
I'd like to give you slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight, I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud. Tonight, I said tonight we fly.
Audio drop off. Wow. Omnibus.
Over your skies, 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 over your skies.
gotta work on this. Let's do another take. Let's keep this though. We got some good moments. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun comes out to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain inflicted by scrolling when I'm awake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight, as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's got a slight. There it is. There it is. It's a little bit of ringiness on the top, though. It's like bam. It's kind of like bam. Kind of. It's like maybe the. Cecily. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. Tonight. One, two, three, four. I need to tune this higher. One, two, three, four. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When I wake, oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight, I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say most people were kind. When I see the world in pain, inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love to fly over your dark cloud tonight. I said tonight we fly.
Audio drop off. Wow. Omnibus.
Over your skies, 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 over your skies. Yeah, we gotta work on this. Let's do another take. Let's keep this though. We got some good moments. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun comes out to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain inflicted by scrolling when I'm awake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight we fly. I said tonight we fly over your skies, brothers and sisters. I'd like to give you a piece of my mind. See, I've been around this great big world, and I can say that most people are kind. When I see the world in pain inflicted by crime and corruption, I feel like bleeding out. All I wanna do is spread my wings of love and fly over your dark cloud. I said tonight we fly high. I said tonight we fly high over. Sound keeps dropping off on that. Like right at that moment. Man, it's still happening with Omnibus too. We're gonna have to sort this out. Anyways, I think I'm gonna I'm gonna call it. Did a lot of work today. Is not for nothing. This is the way it goes. This is just the way it goes in the studio. Once I become like the fucking goat of all drummers, you know what I mean? Then maybe, right? We're working it. Something's still going on. It's still. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna try some other things. We'll do some test streams maybe later tonight. I don't know. What do I have tonight? I have something. Did we even record? Let's see how much we recorded. Let's listen. One, two, three, four. Damn, you know what? I just had an idea. I just got an idea, man. I just got an idea. This sounds very strange of me to do, but I'm like almost, not that I'm fed up with the drums, but what if I did some kind of like splice drum sample? You know? Kind of something already done. Not trying to cheat here. I'm just trying to explore some options, or maybe get some ideas at least, right? Let's see. Whoa. YOLO. Let's check this out. Let's see. Let's play this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight and tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down to the moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling when I wake. Oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves, not difficult to comprehend. Tonight we fly over your skies. From the second the sun goes down, that's it right there. The moment of the sunrise. The light absorbed by pain, inflicted by scrolling. When I wake, oops, I did it again. Social media has rendered us as slaves. That I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's it. That's it. That's fucking it right there. Like, I'm not playing. Maybe I won't play drums to this, or maybe I will, but not everything. Like, maybe I'll do some cymbals on top of this. You know what I mean? But it doesn't make sense if I can do cymbals and hi-hat. So we got to find a. I mean, I can cut out that hi-hat. You know, boom, and then cut out the hi-hat fills right there, the hi-hat groove, and then I can and then insert my cymbals. No, that's cool. Dude, I'm glad I went to Splice. Fuck, we spent all whatever. Let's just go. All right. Yeah, we're not gonna read out. We're out of here. We don't have time. All right. I'll see you either tonight, tomorrow night, and Friday for Feedback Friday. See you soon, y'all.